G'day, you dunticles. Curious, you got first. Damn. Well done. Super quick on the draw. Devable with second. How are we both this morning? Click, click, Speedy. Maybe that's one of the categories that we set up for our overlay to track. It can be the fastest click. It's like how person throughout the year that redeemed first the fastest. All right. I think we're good to get started. We do have ads coming in though, so we're gonna have to deal with those. Damn ads. If only there was like some sort of control that I had over the ads. If only. But oh well. Oh well. What up, bears? How are ya? Good. I'm creating some concept art to figure out how I want the upgrades and shop to be laid out. And now I'm changing the art style of my game because I found it looks 20 times better. Nice. Nice. G'day, you get duns. Let's do this while the ads go, shall we? What do we got? Oh, Kryptonite. I don't think that they're going to pair that with Superman. Are you going to have like Superman, Dracula, Frankenstein, and Darth Vader? No. Dracula, Frankenstein, Darth Vader. Little Red Riding Hood? About to catch up on your VOD from last night? Ooh, it might be too late. I found one that I just wasn't vibing too much with the pixel art. Okay. The other three seem to be villains. Well, they do seem to be villains, but they're also fictional. Like, all of these are fictional. Like, Rats are fictional too. You go Kryptonite and Achilles heel are going to go together. I think maybe to do with capes. Ooh, no capes. Good point, Bears. I'm talking about in terms of the stream streak, Bears. Cobbler is first on YouTube. My God. So quick. So quick. So what? Superman. Vader. Red Riding Hood. Dracula. They all wear capes. There you go. There you go, Bears. Want to see what you're doing with the fonts? Yeah, we got like multiple font files now. One font we're going to use for Latin languages. So German, French, Italian, English, whatnot. Another we're going to use for Korean and Japanese, because it has like all the Korean and Japanese characters and symbols. And then we've got another that we're using for... What was So I think another one we're using for... Actually, did I find one for Chinese? I don't think I found one for Chinese. So this will be the one we use for all of our Latin stuff. This is the one that we use for our handwritten stuff for Polish, Latin, and Cyrillic languages. These ones here we're going to use for the standard Polish and Arabic text, like standard game interface stuff. These ones we use for Korean and Japanese, both in-game text and written text. And then this one we use for the standard Cyrillic text. Yeah. That way we got support for all the things that we want to, for all the languages that we want to support. But yeah. Going crazy over there, Cobbler. I see you. Or someone is, at least. So, what's the next thing? Achilles' heel and kryptonite need to go together, right? Downfall. Ah, yeah, soft spot. Achilles' heel, kryptonite. Just remember the blend file. Ah, fair enough. Oh, link ladder. I forget what link ladder is. I've heard it before. No, that's a person. Right. Downfall, maybe? Yep, downfall. Vulnerability. I wouldn't call downfall a vulnerability. I would say downfall is what happens when someone exploits your vulnerability. Yeah. They're going to do something that's going to cause your downfall. Yeah. I was thinking that. Yeah. I was thinking these because it's all like states of like subconscious or mental based stuff. Yeah. Dogma's more religious. Yeah. Freudian concepts, that's the thing. These are all last names. Oh no, starting with slang. Starting with slang for sausage. Ah, a link, a frank, a dog, a brat. As in bratwurst. That's stupid. That's stupid. I hate that one. That's a stupid one. Go away with that. Get out of here. Oh, God. That was terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Can't believe they did that. You know they're running out of ideas when they're like, these words all start with, like, slang for a different word. In kind of. There's not a connection, alright? No connection between that. Bro, what? I would have put all those four together and thought it would be completely different. Yeah. I would have thought it would be something that makes sense. We've got a couple of bugs here that I want to check. So What was it? They put the items on the counter. I could put the items in the bag, but they remained at the counter. Total screen. When the new customer tried to bring products to the counter, it crashed. So I'm letting the day end while customers are still lined up at the sales counter. That's a no-no. That is a no-no. So we need NPCs. Let's see, first off. Can enter store. This is just going to be my big check for all the things we want to account for. So we can do day-night cycle, current time, less than, shop settings, close time. Yes. The mythical closing parentheses. Tonight, we are going to play more Black Mesa. Okay. Tomorrow night, we're going to learn texture painting. Gonna be good. Gonna be real good. Looking forward to texture painting. Primarily because I still need to do these. So I kind of need to understand them a bit. Should be fine. Should be good. We do that. And then for the player to end day. Ooh, I think my throat is going to enjoy a day off in a couple of days. Where is it? End day. Here we go. What's that connected to? Let's get these changed over. Is opening. True. We do another try connect. Honestly, I was concerned about being able to get everything finished in time for the demo. I'm actually kind of relaxed at this point. Like, I reckon we can have everything for the demo finished off by mid-January at the latest. Then we just test it. Everything should be good. Game state end day. End day. Yeah. Also, what's it like in the coming days? Tomorrow it's 21 possible shower. Oh, yay. Yay. Look at that. Look at that. That there's Christmas Day. Gonna be cloudy, gonna be raining, gonna be windy. And then, the most important day of the year, right here. Sunny. Sunny. Yeah. Yeah, because we're toggling. Yeah, that's fine. What up, Libericorn? Winter storm warning in effect from 4 p.m. Wednesday to 10 p.m. Friday. That's my weather for Xmas. That's just a cover-up so that Santa can deliver presents. That's all that is. The weather's actually going to be perfectly fine. You better not sit down here. We don't take kindly trespassers around these parts. There we go. So this end day is triggered. Where is it? This end day is triggered by this. And that's emitted from the player base state there. From the player state holding. What's... If the character is not opening and the main menu's not open, day-night cycle is not null. Whew. A day-night cycle current time is greater than or equal to game state shop settings close time, and the event is action pressed accept. What we want to do is, if the character's holding a bubble, I think what I'd also want to do if character, actually, if event is action, UI accept, and game state, day-night cycle not null, and current time is greater than or equal to shop settings close time, then what we want to do, we want to start doing this. We go if is opening, return out. We can do like notification manager. Then we do if game state menu open, return. We don't need to display anything for that. If game state dialog open, return, which I can actually just combine both those here. We can do... We can get rid of all this now. Ah, yeah, I should change it to is action press, shouldn't I? Cannot end day holding. Ah, yep. That makes sense. What's up, Pluto? How you doing? So the reason why I've done this, because I want to do a notification here saying... Actually, no. I don't need to do a notification there. We'll just do that. So those three we just return out. These instances, if it's a held bobble and it's not conscious, we collect it. Or if it's a collectible card, we collect it. And then we continue on to end the day. Okay. If it's a delivery box that they're holding, then we drop it where they are. And then we move on to ending the day. If they're holding something that's not a delivery box, is not a collectible card, is not a bobblehead, or is a conscious bobblehead, then we display this error, which just says, cannot end day while holding this object. Because if I do end the day while they're holding the object, either the next day they're going to start holding that thing, or they're going to... It's just going to disappear into nothingness. Cannot end placing. That's the other thing we need to do. If character furniture is not null. Notification manager, show notification. Notification manager, notice. Cannot end day placing. Let me return. Okay. So if you're in dialogue, if you've got the menu open, or if you're opening in Bobble Box, you can't end the day. Would you like it in a zip, or just send it right away? Up to you, Cobbler. Completely up to you. I much appreciate that as well. See if I can get my Blender skills to the same level as yourself. Which, I doubt it. I think that's going to take me way too long. Blender's so fun. It is, Mark. It's very fun. My blender skills are top notch. Margaritas all around. Even if my blender skills are not top notch, we're still having margaritas. They're not going to be the best margaritas, but just add a bit more. Just add a bit more to it, and it's fine. It's fine. You'll be right. Mine is so basic, you'll have an idea just looking at it. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that's the other thing we need to do. Or I need a check. Not for if NPCs in stores is greater than 0. Well, actually, no, that should be fine. Because you've got NPCs in the store that will be like walking around doing stuff. They'll be like taking items and such. You can close the store, but they'll still like check out and whatnot. So it's basically just making sure that if you've got someone in queue at a checkout, you're not going to end the day with them waiting to check out. I used to be very good with AutoCAD right between 2000 and 2010. That's so long ago. That is so long ago. I'm sending both flash screen and starting soon. Start with flash screen. Please be patient with my objects. Naming is a mess. That's alright. That's alright. Perfectly fine. Yeah, what I might do, Cobbler, I might see if I can, like, because I'm working on a credit system at the moment. So at the end of my stream, I can roll credits. I don't think I have them at the moment. Yeah, so we don't have credits there at the moment. But I want to get that set up. So that, yeah, end of the stream, I can run through thank yous for like all the people, and yeah, we'll see if we can do something with the scene being like stream ending while the credits roll past. Had to step away for a moment, but I heard the explanation for the fonts. Thank you. No worries, Tin. No worries. I'm doing well, Zakua. How are you doing? Are you excited? It's like 2 days. Eh? 2 days. There's tomorrow and today, and that's it. And then you have to put up with not having me here for an entire day. Discord can't handle file size. How large is Discord's file size limit? Maybe you do have to zip it up. Ow. I'm officially retired as of December 31st this year, so everything is so long ago for me. Well, congratulations on retirement. You can hang out with us all day, every day. Yay! Yeah, I'm good with that. That should handle getting stuck at the end of day. This one here, I've already fixed that one too. Cool. So we've got the bugs that I wanted to fix done. The hell? What up, Raj? How you doing? Thank you very much, Zakua. Thank you very much. I think I already have enough luck, though. Like, I'm pretty sure I've just coasted through life on luck. So... from 68 megabytes to 35 megabytes, 7-zip. But Discord is asking 10 megabytes. Break it up into multiple files. I'm doing good, Raj. I'm doing good. So you can do something... Where are we? 7-zip. Yeah, split to volumes, bytes. Then you can like split it out into like different sized files. Do you have a TikTok page? I think it'd be a good marketing tool for your game. I do have a TikTok page. I upload all of the same stuff I put onto, like all of the shorts that I put on YouTube, I put on TikTok as well. How long have you been working on your game? Since May 24th. So 7 months ago is when we started. We've been working on it for about 6 of those months. Oh, wow. So this here is what I want to do next. Have NPCs less likely to purchase items that are too expensive. This is where the behavior tree comes into it. In here, this stuff as you get into the game dev realm, can you share it with us? Sure. It's not very interesting. I was working as a web dev contractor, and that was a 6-month contract that I extended like 6 times to do 3 years contracting there. And then they were cutting out, or cutting down on contractors, like they were getting rid of all contractors, and replacing them with full-time people. And they asked me if I wanted to stay on and like as a contractor, because I told them I'd go full time, and I told them what my salary, like what salary I would be expecting for full time, and that was too much for them. Even though it was less than what they would be paying me as a contractor, but it stops me from going all the way down to like cheap labor sort of thing. So they asked me if I wanted to stay as a contractor, and I said no, because at that point it's like, all right, you want me to stick around until you find my replacement full time, and that could be a month, that could be 2 months, it could be 6 months, I don't know. So I'm just gonna call it. And then I was like, I'm gonna take some time off. I'm going to take time off work. I'm just going to work on stuff. I'm going to learn things and see what happens. Now I figured, why don't I just stream it while I'm doing it? You know, why not? Why not? And then I decided I'd make a game. I'd learn how to make a game and start streaming that. And now here we are, 18 months later, or 19 months later, something like that. 18 months. I started streaming in June. Yeah. How can we do this calculation here? So we want to check the store rating and personality, but those are going to be future state. I haven't implemented personalities or store rating yet. Oh, actually, that's one thing I can do quickly. Before I forget it. Home screen. Move that there. We'll probably move. Whoa. You there. So furniture Bobble's hiring will be center. Bills will be in the top left. The review app in the top right. The renovations, arts, furniture Bobble hiring. Yeah. So interesting. I'm also planning to start streaming my getting into the game dev journey. I don't know if I do it in Arabic or stick with English. Both. Why not? Yeah. If you speak multiple languages, use multiple languages to your advantage, because that can expand your community. In the mobile world, they use coin. They coin users as minnows, dolphins, and whales. Yeah, minnows are the ones that they're not getting a lot of money from. Whales are the real, yeah. If you get a whale into your microtransaction game, you're set. This could be in a num. Okay. There we are. Do that. Check Discord. Ah, yep. Good password. Good password. Perfect password. Oh, nice. David, what's going on? How are you doing on this fantastic day? Oh, there we are. So I'm thinking it's gonna be a relaxing day today and tomorrow. I don't want to push too much with a couple days left at this time of the year. So what I'm thinking, we get this implemented and working, okay? And when that's implemented and working, what we can do. What up, to boy? How you doing? I noticed a game that was available 5th of December. And I have played every single one of these games so far. I was like, I have to get that. This. Urban Observation Duty 8. I've got to play this. You know? It's gonna be so good. Yeah. How you doing, boy? How'd your update do? I have just reworked these, boy. Just reworked them. So we now have the Bobbles app right in the center. We have the furniture app to the left of it. The hiring app to the right of it. Bills stay in the top left. Arts in the bottom right. Renos in the bottom left. And reviews in the top right. So that was meant to be a chill day of doing stuff with no plans, but that's been thrown off. It's a good thing you didn't have any plans. I'm influencing the game heavily. I'm a god. What are your thoughts on Deadlock? Have you played it, or are you even interested in games like that? I remember hearing about Deadlock. And I remember seeing it being like, I want to play it. I want to see what it's like. But yeah, like I'm waiting to see. Had Kavino play my game? He likes it. I did see Kavino playing your game. Yeah. I can probably invite you to the playtest since I have access. No, I don't allow people to invite others to the playtest. So, like, it looks nice. This game looks nice, but at this point in time, I'm always weary of things that are in early access. Yeah. It's like, fuck was that? It wasn't a fucking trailer. That wasn't anything. Just some birds, a guy standing in the corner, and 3 people in the distance walking past. It means nothing. Yeah. At this point in time, I'm not interested. It's made by Valve, so what's your point? I don't play Team Fortress. So what? Yeah. I don't play Day of Defeat. Yeah. Let's see. Don't play that. Don't play that. Haven't played 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 that. Like this? Haven't played that. I'm playing through the Half-Lives at the moment, so yeah, like just because it's Valve doesn't mean it's going to be a game that I like. Yeah. Thank you, Oki. Much appreciated. I was given an invite for Deadlock's playtest from a friend who wanted me to get into it. Didn't really enjoy it, and now I'm just servant for inviting people. Horrible. Horrible. Are you forgetting, or is this a test? I was trying to decide if I wanted it up today or not. But I guess you've just made the decision for me. Yeah. You've made the decision for me. Hi, Oki. Nah, that's alright, Oki. May as well leave it there now. Didn't really understand what was happening, and it felt like it took forever to get a kill in. Yeah, this is why I don't... Like, they've said... Like, it's in early development. It's in early development. I don't like to say if a game is good or not when it's still in development. It's like, well, anything can change. Like, I can say that right now, it would be good if they change these things. That would make it better. But it's still in development. There's still things being added and changed and tweaked and such, which may make that, which like may change my opinion down the track. So you're a good ton. I just talk about 3D with 3D. Oh no, I'm not worrying about those Cobbler, because if I have 3D characters that come onto the scene and talk and like read out TTS messages, I have to have the mouth animated. Yeah. That's at this point in time, that's too much. Yeah. We'll wait. Have any interest in working in AAA studio in the future? Not AAA. I don't want to work for anything AAA. Primarily because most of the stuff that AAA puts out these days is just a steaming pile of turtle crap. If Valve wasn't super secretive on it, that would be nice. Nah, that's fine. Got a bit of a tornado text going. I see. Turtle crap. Turtle crap. Turtle crap. I don't know why I thought of Waterboy for that. That's insane. Calm down, Oki. In case you didn't hear, I have an actual obligation to fulfill now as well. You do? What's this obligation? Since Vince Zampella allegedly died. Who is... American video game designer. Co-founding former studio, head of Infinity Ward. Currently head of Respawn Entertainment. Ah, in a car crash. What you call a person who create missions in-game, level designer. It'd probably be the role of the story writer. Like, whoever's writing the story and such. They would be in charge of...
delete this. The next text is going at speed 100.
Like, they would be the ones in charge of, like, creating the missions and whatnot, because they have to make sure the missions are... Yeah, make sense in the game and whatnot. I think there's a cap to the frequency. Like, at a certain point, there's no point in making it go any faster, because it just, yeah, no point. So we'll be program them too. I think he's asking about the technical side of the mission creation. Oh, the technical side of the mission creation. That'll be multiple people. So the technical side of the mission creation, if you have someone designing the level, then they will take care of the level aspects, making sure that, you know, if the mission puts you in an area that you can't get out of until the mission's complete, sort of thing, like a locked area, then they will design that area and whatnot, and then you will, whoever the programmer is, will be in charge of, you know, scripting the mission start, the mission complete status, all that kind of, like, spawning things in that need to, all that kind of stuff. Like, it's not just one person. It's not like you go, hey, we've got a mission here, and then that person goes off, creates the assets, creates the level, designs it, programs it, all that kind of stuff. At least, like, unless you're a solo dev or a very small team, like, a larger team will generally have someone that does the level design, someone that does the programming, all that kind of stuff. That's not readable. What are you doing? God damn it, Oki. Looking for someone to handle that side? Yeah, fair. That's fair. I should probably figure this out, eh? So we need shelf, and we need is acceptable, and then this will have is acceptable and this. Actually, no. Yeah, no, that's fine. Imagination. Ow. So we check if it's... So we get the shelf. And then we do is price acceptable. We get the price that the player has set for it. And we get the market price that the player has set for it. And then we pass into acceptable min max. So up here, we need to have a minimum acceptable, which for now, I'll just do acceptable X is market price by 0.9, and I need to have this scaled actually. Um, 0.9 to the power of... Hang on. Let's go Desmos. Have a look here. So if we have... by the way, I love the box animation you did when the crown reveals. Ah, it's so good, isn't it, Cobbler? It's so good. So this needs to be... What? X... equals... No. Because it's on the Y, so it needs to be the X. There's log X. We could do that. Hang on. There we are. That's going to be perfect 0-0 now. Beautiful. So the good thing with this, if we have something that's $1, the minimum acceptable price would be what? So something that's $1. We can subtract that as the minimum acceptable. But then as it goes up, and you have something that's like 250 sort of thing, or 260, you'd want more than $2.40. But you wouldn't want like $24. Yeah. I want it to be more up along there sort of thing. Yeah. Not that. That's just gonna make it equal. Maybe I do that. So that's like the max acceptable price. $1.30 would be the max acceptable price. $2.47 would be the max acceptable price. Then as you go up to something that's like $200. Nah, because then it's still like only $202. That would be the max price. No, that doesn't work. I need something. Yep, math. Any virtual currency component really requires a spreadsheet. I had to make one for every game with IAP or digital script. Team and higher ups can fiddle with ideas and not waste valuable time. Well, it is just me, so I need a math equation that I can plug in, because the prices of these things are going to change each day. it's not going to be like, oh, the market price for this thing is $2 and that's where it is forever. So I need a calculation that I can take the market price, plug it in, and get a value out that the NPC can then use to determine if that NPC's personality finds that price to be too high or too low. Yeah. So if they find it to be too high, they're not going to buy it. If they find it to be too low, they're 100% going to buy it. If it's anywhere in between, then depending on which way it's going, is going to affect the calculation of how likely they are to take and buy that item. Now, we can't do that because now at $1, it's $2.50. I could do it as like... Maybe I could do it like that. And then what we could do is say, whatever the difference is, so $1 is the market price. We go, all right, the max price minus the different, like whatever the market price is, subtract that. Like, so do 1.47712, subtract 1. And that difference you add to the min and the max. So it would add 47 to the max, and it would subtract 47 from the min. And then up here, it would add $2 to the min, subtract $2 from the min. But then up here, at $100, it subtracts $12 to get the min, adds $12 to get the min. And up at 200, it's subtracting 16 for the min, adding 16 for the min. That type of thing. Let's try the Daily Akari. Like, I can probably fine-tune that value as well. Take the experience tables made from RPG and use the modulus function, generate a table, and directly translate that to store market. Saves a lot of fiddling around. But that doesn't really help though, Bone. Like, that only gives me an initial store market value. It doesn't... Like, as you play the game, each day in-game, the market value of every item adjusts. It's going to go up or down. And then, like, there'll be trends where it, like, goes up for a few days, then maybe it goes down a little bit, and then up, and then down, and whatnot. So, I can't just have a table of what the prices are. I can have that as a starting table, and I've got the starting values. I've got the starting market values already. What I need now is a calculation that takes whatever the market value is at any point in time in the game, and the NPCs can get a minimum value that they are happy with and a maximum value that they're happy with. Okay? The table will change with single value and modulus values slightly adjusting, but that's only changing the market price. It's not telling me what the NPC considers to be expensive or cheap. Yeah, I need this calculation to say, all right, the NPC is a pain in the ass. They're not going to accept anything that is, 3% above market cost. Yeah. So I need to take what the player's priced. I need to take what the market price is. I need to find a general min and max. And then I need to take that general min and max and I need to apply the NPC's personality to it. And I also need to apply what the store rating is, because if the store rating is 1, NPCs are going to be expecting cheaper things from your store. They're not going to go in there looking to drop like $400 on a single item. They'll go in there being like, I'll buy this thing for $10. Yeah. It's not as easy as here's a table of values. It's like a whole mini economy that you've got to build. And tricky is third. Ooh. I can't get that one though. Yeah. That one's been a pain, but I'll take care of them. No, because now I can't get that. I know. Stop beeping at me. I do? No. Now I've got that issue though. I get that, but I can't get that. There we go. Got it. Figured it out. I do like this though. I do like this. At $1,000, or yeah, at $1,000, they'd be acceptable to something that's like $35 less. Yeah. If we did 2. Nah. $66. Almost 100. But down here, you're now looking at like $1. Having way too much of a variance. They'll have 30 cents taken away. So if we have that as $1, we'd have to take $1.30. So basically, if the price is like if it's greater than, that's what it is. Otherwise, it subtracts. But then, yeah, I need it to be more of a gradual uptick. Maybe an E. X over E. Buck 80. 360. 18. Like 18 cents less. Okay. $1.80 less. Okay. $18 less. 18 less or 18 more. I don't think I want that. Bucky resubbing for 13 months. Damn. Nice 13th month. It's been over a year, Bucky. Over a year. A long time. It was a long time. How do you play this game? Looks interesting. What game? This one? Oh, you're talking about Daily Akari. Daily Akari is... Let's go to here. Let's go for like a random one all the way back here. So what you got to do... You have to put lights around the puzzle. And you have to fill in... or attempt to fill in all of the squares. Yeah. So where would it go? We have one there. So we definitely need one going across there. Definitely need one across there. But like these ones here, you can't put anything next to them. You can do as many circles as you like. That one there could be hit by that one, or that one, or that one. Yeah. These ones here can be hit by... Right, you can be hit by that. That. You can only be hit by that. You must be hit by there, there, or there. There we go. Hey. G'day, Victor. It's been a long time. Now I'm sick of you. Okay, bye. Bye, Bucky. And then there's... Where are we? Go back. We'll go more. We'll go hard. So you've got these. However many... Like, I'll select one that has more than just single values. So this one. Now you see how these have 2 lines on them. This has 1 line and this has that squiggly face. Hydrate and combed beard. All right. So you can't put anything next to those. Yeah. But this here needs to have 1 light next to it and change to that. Same with this one. It needs to have 1 light next to it. But I can't put anything here because this is lighting up those lines. So it's kind of like Sudoku rules at that point. So I'd have to put it there. And then these require 2 each. So I can do that. And then I can do that. But the problem with that is I can't get these 2. So I'd have to do that. But now I can't get that one. So now I do something like that. And then that. But now I want to get that. Yeah. And now I can't get that one. So it's like, all right, what's the way to do it? This one can only go there. So we know that. This one has to go there. We know that. And now we can do that. Yeah. But then we've got to get these ones. So how do we do that? Perhaps we go there. Then we go there. Then we hit there. Then we could go like that. But now this one only has 1 spot that it can get. Yeah. So it would require at least 2 around it. Oh, but now this one can't get anything, so gotta have that there. It becomes a whole puzzle thing at that point. And it's like, how do I get all of them? Yeah. It becomes a whole thing. Just kidding, I do sneaky lurk. Fair. Let's get this water. Wonder if I set it up like a function. So if it's under $20, uses 1 calculation. If it's between 20 and 100, it uses another. If it's over 100, it uses another. When you're making hypnotic water bottle merch. I will make the water bottle merch after I've got business cards sorted. Alright? Made good progress today. Got our project set to multi-user editing on Unreal. So now have our entire team able to work on the project live at the same time. Lovely, Victor. Beautiful. Make it glow green in the dark. Oh. Have good day, I'm a good done. Go green. I like it. I like it. Like, am I able to do like... X less than 10? No. Oops. So what I want... So that's the sum of... Not what we want. We do that. So like... No. How can we do... restrictions. There we are. So we do x less than 10. We do that. Then we do... Or x less than 20. X greater than 20. X less than 100. Or do you just do X? So, but how can I combine 2 into 1? Yeah. I know this. Restrict the domain of this line by adding x less than 0. We create a new expression. I less than 4. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I want to add multiple restrictions. God damn it. God damn it. Wonder if I can do... That's how we do it. That's how it... See, they don't tell you that. They don't tell you that. We do like x greater than 0, less than equal to 20, greater than 20, less than equal to 100, and then x greater than 100. So what we could do, the minimum price for 20 for something that's $20 would be $3.60. And then we could do this one, x on e. How do I do a subscript? I don't want a superscript in the top. I want a subscript at the bottom. That one. Let's join now. What function you want to achieve? I mean, purpose. So we've got a market price which changes every day in our game. So in our game, the market price will go up and down day to day for different items and such. We are putting in here a acceptable minimum and an acceptable maximum for a product. If the product is at the acceptable minimum, then an NPC is basically guaranteed to just buy that item. If it's at the acceptable maximum or over, then an NPC is guaranteed to not buy that item because they find that item to be too expensive. You know, it's priced too high for what the market's charging. And then whatever the difference, so like whichever way the price is going, within that range, that's going to be how much it sways their decision. So if it's like 10% towards the maximum, then they're going to be like, 10% less likely to buy that product. Yeah, if it's 10% towards the minimum, they're 10% more likely to buy that product. That kind of thing. And then later on, once I set up store rating, we start factoring in the store rating. So if your store is rated at a 4.5 or higher, then you can price them slightly higher than the acceptable maximum, and you can place them slightly more than the acceptable minimum and still get the same outcome. Yeah, but if your store has a 1-star rating, you can't price it as high because your store isn't. Yeah, your store's not known for being good. So people are coming in expecting cheap stuff. Yeah, so you gotta shift your prices based on your rating to keep yourself profitable and stuff. And then NPCs are also gonna have a personality. Yeah. So if the NPC is a relaxed NPC, they're going to be more lenient to something that's priced higher than market price. If they're an angry NPC, they're going to be less inclined or less lenient to things marked above market price. So And this way it just adds a bunch of variance to the game, so that way people can't just be like, oh, I'm just going to put these items here. The market price is $2.50, so I'm just going to set the market price at $3, and I'm guaranteed to make a ton of money. You know? It's like, no. You have to take into account your store's rating, and each NPC is going to have a different personality. So maybe your NPCs are, a little bit more stickler these days. They're a bit more of a stick in the mud and don't go for things priced too high. So hope you add a Karen NPC that complains about the Karen bobblehead. I do want to have like dialogues appear above NPCs, but that's going to be something that comes with the personality stuff. I think that's going to come in with this. Yeah. There'll be like a bunch of dialogue that could appear above their heads as they're walking around, interacting with stuff. But yeah, I figure the best way to handle this is to get 3 functions that do something like this. What if I do E2 now? Because that's like going off. But I want it to kind of go up slightly. Like that's going up like that. That one's going up like that. I want this one to like go down, yes, but not that fast. Implement the classic string shot capturing functionality for tests in the console. One more bug. Hiding the console before taking the shot. Yep. That's that would definitely make it a bit of a problem to see what they're trying to show you though. Yeah, I can see that. It's complicated. It is complicated, Ali. It is. Ali. Very, very complicated. And I'm not much of a math person either. So it's difficult. So we need, what's it, X? Can the flutter dot curves help? I have no idea what the flutter dot curves are. What happens when I set that? The x squared. Just goes all the way up. Jesus Christ. Of course, because it's x squared, it's 20 to the power of 20. Jesus Christ. Or it's 20 times 20. Good night, Cobbler. Have a good sleep. Thanks for the files, too. Much appreciated. You can see how it's like teetering off a bit there now. So at $1, it's 18 cents. At $10, it's $1.80. At $20, it's $3.60, and that's how much above and below we allow. Okay. And then at 30, it's only $4.30. At 50, it's $5.40. At 100, it's $7.40. Is that... Yeah, no, we can't do that. I wonder. Because, yeah, I can't do X over E. I could just do this on pi, probably. I think that's too much up there, though. We do like... That's basically just the same thing. That's basically just the same thing right there. G'day, Cam. How you doing? Because I know if we do like log x, if we do... That's going to go way up. If we do... Yeah... I don't know. I think I just need to stick with a generic log. We just need to stick with this. We just need to have it more of a curve. Yeah. But that's obviously going to be an issue with like $1. $2 is way up here. Then maybe we do like minus or plus. Minus. Yeah. I forget what to do in order to expand. I think it's 2x, isn't it? Because that's not... like $1 cheaper for 5. $1.30 for 10. $1.60 for 20. So you see how it's not... $100 is $2.30. $200 is $2.60. It's not enough. Like, log value does not go up enough. What if I multiply it by... X on 10. Nah, that's too much. It's not enough there. All right. This might be the best one that I've got. 100 is 20. Like $18.39 above and below. 200 is 36.7. But obviously, like, this is going to be a consistent line. Like, up at 1,000, it's going to be 180. Yeah. Because 100 was 18.3. Let's have a look at the Flutterdock curves, shall we? Actually, let's see if I can find a good curve. Where are the good graphs? So if I could get something that's like a proper shift. Types of graph curves. There we are. So how can we get to this? Because, like, I definitely want it to be... No, none of that. Oh, damn it. We definitely want it to be, like... We have, like, because it's not a general curve that I'm after. Like, it's not like I want it to start high here and then taper off. You know, I want it to kind of be normal at the start, and then like be a straight line, and then like slowly taper off. So like this kind of thing. But, like, have it here, but then up here, have, like, over here. Multiply by x to the power. Because, yeah, 2x is obviously that. X squared is that. If I do that minus x. If I do x to the power... Maybe that's what we need. One's gonna be there. So maybe if we do x greater than 1. Or x greater than 10. We do that. Or 20 maybe. I'm trying to find a good point. Well, that's like 100 losing 15, like having a minimum and maximum $15 off would be good. Let's see. Alright, circuit. Tell me how you think a modulus will give me the values I need, or the calculation that I need. Okay. Introduce stepping through segmentation. We do. I could do that. What up, artist? How you doing? What's going on, pierogi? I'm getting equations set up. Alright. Why am I using Desmos? Because we're finding out calculations. Okay. So that there could be what we have. That could be what we need. I will hydrate for you. Need to raid and live. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. It will go well. Pierogi can fill us in on what you were doing. Go on, Pierogi. Tell us, what was Artist up to? I was playing World Box and horror games. Ooh, horror games at Christmas? Now, the only horror game that's acceptable at Christmas is Krampus. Like anything involving Krampus. Or murderous elves. Yeah. So at $50, it would be like a bit over $42 would be the minimum you could set it as. At $80, it would be a bit over, a bit under $67.50 that you could set it at. Yeah. At $100, it would be a little bit over 94, or a bit over $84 you could set it as. What we're calculating at the moment is this stuff. So we're trying to set it up so that like the market price is going to change each day. Could go up, could go down by a bit each day. NPCs are going to have a personality. And that personality is going to influence what they find acceptable in terms of pricing. So we need to find a base acceptable minimum and maximum. It's Neobin, Jack. That is correct. We need to find an acceptable minimum and an acceptable maximum that applies to all NPCs. And then the NPCs apply their personality to that and go, okay, this is a relaxed NPC, so they're more lenient to things that are higher priced. This is an angry NPC, so they are less lenient to things that are higher priced. Yeah, so we're calculating that stuff and being like, how much leeway is this NPC going to give you for how much you have priced this compared to its market value? And then we also factor in the store rating as well in the future. So the lower your store rating is, the less lenient every NPC is towards higher pricing. And then they factor their personality in as well. So now you've got, you know, this sort of your store's perception and the NPC's personality and the market price all playing a role in, is this NPC going to buy this item based on what you've priced it at? Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is a good calculation, I think. Because it starts off good here, but instead of being up here for $1,000, it's down here for $1,000. Yeah. So I think that's a much better sort of graph to work off. We'll come back to that though. Let's do Game Duel first. Game Duel, give me a game. What game are we going for? Is it gonna be that game? Or is it gonna be the other game? Or could it be this game? Let's start with Doki Doki. Okay, it's single player. Before 2017, before 2012 even. Or 2013. Jeepers. Okay. Bioshock. Okay, so we're looking at about 2008 to 2012. And it's single player. It's not a shooter, not a puzzle, not an RPG, not an indie, not a text, not a first person. Is this gonna be like a Civ 4? It's not isometric either, damn. It's sci-fi something. This is GD script. So it's for the Godot engine. Sid Meier's Civilization 4. It's not isometric. Could be third person. Or it could be side view. Could be Super Meat Boy. Now, 2008 to 2009. It is a platformer. It looks like a sci-fi fantasy platformer. Sci-fi fantasy platformer that's single player. It's not Terraria. Starbound. Could be 3D as well. Huh. This is interesting. Welcome back, y'all. Not first person, not isometric, not side view. Not text. It's got to be third person. It's a platformer. It's fantasy. Sci-fi. What the hell is a A sci-fi platformer. Let's just start with that. A sci-fi platformer from 2008, 2009. What? How can I not think of any platformers within this time frame? So long ago. So long ago. Oh my god. I don't know. Ooh. Alright. Alright, it is third person. I know it's third. God damn it! Testing out Neri, very neat. Nice. That's the... Is that the Linux distro, or is that the tiling window manager that like everything slides across? The scrolling window manager. Yeah. Cool. I don't know what this is. Assassin's Creed 2. I got it. I keep forgetting that Assassin's Creed is technically sci-fi. Ah, nice. Alright, so... Floor the square root of x on 100 plus 2 times sine. Mod x times 37. 1000 multiplied by 0.1 plus 0.3. What? I think they have a floor function in this. Maybe they do. Ah, they do have a floor function. What's it complaining about? Sine cannot be applied to a point. Because of that. That requires a mod. Too many variables. Try defining square. There it is. Right. Or are you saying this one? It still gives me that weird sine effect. Like, I can't use sine because that's just going to keep going up and down. Well, I don't want it to go up and down. I want it to, like, kind of, like, sort of, kind of curve. Yeah. I think I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. It's simple and easy. So what we can do for the X, market minus, it would be if market is less than 100, market's going to be an int. And if we do market minus market over 2.32e, market divided by 2.32 times it's not epsilon. There's got to be a constant for E in here, isn't there? I mean, they have pi. E constant. Pi tau inf nan. Damn. You should see a series of buttons on the equation. No, I didn't, unfortunately. You can find the average if you wanted the sign. Hey, how do I... because that's just giving me a linear. Yeah. That's just linear. Kind of. Maybe it's not. 204.20. 200. Nah, kind of is. Like, it's very much like... Like, down here... I wouldn't want it to go more than the actual value sort of thing. I think if I need to take an average of this, it might be a bit much. Whereas this one here gives me a good enough, like it's a good enough sort of thing to base it off. I was like, these values down here are pretty good for what the prices are. And values up here are pretty good for what the prices will be, sort of thing. It doesn't get to a point where you can have something that's $350 and sell it for $500, sort of thing. There. I need to figure out how Godot does the constant E. I don't think they do. What is the value of E? $2.71828. Good enough. Euler's number. Sorry, Euler's number. Uh, 2.71828. So I think we can go with 2.71828. This was I did circuit. I did. 2.71828. Take this. I can pop it in here. That's multiplied by E. And then acceptable, going to be market plus the same thing. I'm just going to call this thing E. It means nothing except the fact that I can just do E. Well, like, oh, go away. Damn YouTube. I copy this, so again, if we go to Desmos, this here, which numbers? Because this is giving me S, Q, R, and T, which is these. Yeah? That's... which is incorrect. I think what you want is those values. You want that to be a variable. I was like, these here don't make sense in this equation. Let's see. I'm going to change this. This can just be I. No. Acceptance. Variance. Else we do x to the power of 0.6. Acceptable x is market minus market to the power of 0.6. Acceptable y market plus market to the power of 0.6. Let's see. Reduce the two larger numbers. It's not... There's no scroll bar for the larger numbers. Okay? Like, look. S, Q, R, T. That's just these four letters here. Yeah? It's not these two here. Like, I can reduce these. Yeah? But there's no scroll bar for them. Like the two larger numbers, Q and R, they're just doing the same thing. Like, all it does is changes what the multiplier of this x on 1,000 is. Yeah. So it's 10 by 10 by 4.5 by 1.3. All of that is multiplying x divided by 1,000. So those scroll bars mean nothing. If I go over here, I go drop this, and drop this, Like, yeah, like nothing. It doesn't do anything that I want it to do. It's just a straight line. That's all it is. Let's see. Constant. I need this 0.6 to be different. Oops. Let's see. Let's see. What can I name this 0.6? With the equation, not the exposed sliders. I did that as well, and it didn't do anything. Like, it... I'm not gonna bother with it, don't worry. Don't worry. Circuit, don't worry. What's going on, Calm? How are you doing? Acceptance variance would be... what? That 0.6 can be... expensive variance. Cheap. Cheap variance. Expensive variance. There we go. So you can do that. Now I can factor in the rating and stuff later on. So we get the acceptable prices back. We want to calculate reasonable prices using store rating and personality. That's something we'll do in the future. Calculate price distance from reasonable price. Currently, that's just acceptable price. Do vector 2. So the distance from your reputation helped someone yesterday, would you believe? Lies. Ginger gave me his incremental demo to play, and it was a download. And I was like, I don't know. But then said Hypnotic played, and I nodded and said, okay, if Hypnotic did it. Yeah. Yeah. Idle Cultists. Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. Ginger's a good dev. Great guy. And we can do it as a vector 2 and make it acceptable price is X, acceptable price is Y. And we need to do it as a percentage. So the X and the Y. So this needs to be from 0 to 1. Actually, no. Price distance will be a float. And I wonder if we do it as a... I wonder if we do it as -1 to +1. Zero is exact, negative is lower, positive is greater. So we know what the price is. So the price distance will be market price minus price. No, price minus market price. So that's going to give me the distance, or the difference, sorry. That'll give me the difference. And then we need to get the distance. What up, Broden? Have you seen Will McDaniel? I have not. I have not. Believe it or not, last night when I finished streaming, I went to bed. And this morning when I woke up, I had breakfast and a coffee and started streaming. I don't... the amount of available time I have to watch things, very minimal. So we've got price difference. That'll be positive or negative. And then the price diff. The price difference will be positive or negative. If it's negative, then it's priced less. If it's positive, it's priced more. Game devs ironically miss out on all the game playing. Mostly, yeah. I am contemplating Frantics. After I've made Bobble Shop Sim and released it, I am planning on doing two things. Properly plan out the next game. And with my streams being split, I'm thinking about having mornings being game dev, like this stream being game dev, and then evenings will be doing the overlay or gameplay, or like learning something music related, stuff like that, stuff that's not programming and game dev, but stuff that is, I can use this for my game development. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Completely agree on properly playing next game. I'm already sort of listing things that I know, that I now know what needs to be done. Yeah. And that's kind of the best thing about doing a game, is you're not going to do everything perfect. You're not going to do everything correct the first time around. But you get the idea of what you need to do for the next game. And then you can account for that stuff when you do the next game. And then when you do the next game, you're not going to do everything correct. You're not going to do it perfectly. You're going to come across other stuff that you're like, oh, I got to take that into account for the next game. Those who say just release something and you'll learn a lot are right. The smug bastards, yeah. Yeah. Best way to learn is by doing. So, you need to make another game? I missed that memo, dang it. Well, I mean, not now. Like, you can take a couple years off Hadouken and then make the next game. Calm down. So we have price difference, price minus market. The price distance needs to be... How many game devs made one game? Notch? Yeah, basically. Yeah. Like, he's had other stuff. Like, Notch has had other things that they've made. It just hasn't been successful. So if you have a look at games, they made Minecraft in 2009, fully released in 2011. And then they had Caller's Bane. I've never heard of this. Yeah. I've never heard of this. Come up with the idea for scrolls, including elements from board games. Person revealed his Tumblr 2011 that he was being sued by Swedish law firm representing Bethesda over trademark name of Scrolls, claiming it was conflicting with their Elder Scrolls game. Blah 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 blah. Then released in 2018, free of charge under the renamed Caller's Bane. Never heard of it. Doesn't that go to show that reputation doesn't drive the next game? Correct. Correct. Cliff Horse, never heard of this. OX10C, never heard of this. So it was an April Fool's Day satirical website. Okay, so that was a website. Not a game. I don't know. Made a free game called... Don't know what that is either. Like... Yeah, it's... the price distance. I need to remember this. So... I think the acceptable prices can actually be variances. I think we can do that. So that tells us what the acceptable min and maximum variances are. This tells us what our difference is from the market price. And then we can look at this. Actually, I can probably just go... and probably just change this to acceptable. Make this a float. Acceptable variance. Have this return float. Change that up. We do that. So that gives us our acceptable variance. And now what we can do, because it only needs to be the positive. Yeah. No one remembers Infiniminer. Just Minecraft. Yeah, I've never heard of Infiniminer at all. I'm still really looking forward to 4D Miner getting a full release. I'm really looking forward to this getting like a full, proper release. Yeah, because it's trippy as hell. I love this. It's like... It's so mind-bending. So, like, you're in a 3D world, and then you, like, switch around the 3D world in the fourth dimension sort of thing. And it's just weird. Yeah. Doesn't that go to show? Yeah, reputation, yep. How you doing, Rebel? And there's 4-dimensional enemies. So if you build a base that is solid. So if you build your base that is solid in a 3-dimensional area, then you will be exposed to the 4th dimensional creatures because you're going to have a hole in your in another slice of the 4th dimension. Yeah. So it's just weird and crazy. Like this, building a 4D structure. Like, you build a 4D structure, and then as you slice through the 3D, like, as you slice through, those things disappear and reappear. There's an enemy. That's a 4-dimensional spider, that one. You got a chest. It's just... It's crazy. It's crazy. It's my favorite thing ever. It's so insane. It's too insane. I need to take my price diff, scale it between -1 and 1. Actually, so we need to have the price diff. We need to subtract, well, the minimum difference can be 0. So I don't care about that. I want to divide that by whatever the acceptable is. And then I want to multiply that. Actually, no. I want to clamp this to between negative 1.0 and 1.0. Acceptable variance. This can also return an int. And that's going to be an int as well. So this price distance should be a percentage. So it should be between -1 and +1. And what we want to do is if the price distance is less than 0, actually, fourth dimension to me is time. It looked like 2 3D scenes with CSG. In the real world, yes, the fourth dimension is time. When you're playing a game, you're just playing in a 3D space. Like, there's a pseudo time being applied, but it's not it's not actual time. So in terms of games, fourth dimension is just an extra physical space. What we need to do .5. No. If price distance is 0, how can I work this in? What up, Hal? How you doing? So this is acceptable. I guess we can do like if price distance less than 0. We can go min percentage is going to be that. Then we're going to do minimum percentage. Or do I want to put that at 0.5? Ah, that's what it can be. Randef range, min item chance, max item chance. Look through the channel points shop. Rara du svenska. Lite svenska. What would it be? Jag behöver träna med svenska. Eller jag måste träna med svenska. How's the word for... What's the Swedish word for my? Not min, is it? Mitt? Min? It is min. Min and mitt. Right? Yeah, it's min. Yeah, min and mitt. Depending on if male or female, right? No, depending on if what the object you're talking to is male, female, or like what you're talking about. So like if you're saying my apple, it's mitt äpple, right? Whereas if you're saying my dog, it's min hund. Right? I remember. I remember. I think there's female grammatical gender in Swedish. I'm Norwegian though, so I could be wrong. Honestly, I just if you're gonna have like it's not male and female, it's masculine and feminine. Because you can't have masculine and neutral. Because you've got masculine, you need the opposite of that. Yeah. People might refer to it as masculine and neutral because they feel like saying feminine is bad or wrong for some reason. But you can apply that logic to masculine as well. So you can't have it both ways. Alright? Min hund, mitt äpple. Yeah. But then there's also like other things like you've got what is it min son for my son and I feel it's like it's mitt or something mitt tochter for my daughter. Yeah? I know, it's min son, min dotter. Because yeah, in German it's mein Sohn, meine... What's the word for daughter in German? Tochter. Tochter is German for daughter. Dotter is Swedish for daughter. Yeah. I'm mixing up my words now. Distraction? Is it actually a distraction? I don't know if it's actually a distraction. Why did it need fingers? Because it's dancing. That's why it needed fingers. Yeah. That's why it needed fingers. Wait, was that cobbler? Oh no, that's cobble cat. Never mind. Ja, so flinke Hund. Await rendering server frame post draw. Get your hand off it. Solved my hide show console bug. Await rendering server frame post draw. Your hide show console bug. Is that for the screenshots? Is that so you take the screenshot during the frames draw, and then after the frames draw, it draws the console? Is that right? Something like that, maybe? I don't know. NVIDIA GeForce now is starting from 1st January, applying the 100 hours per month game time for paid subs. And pay more for more time in neat packets for constant extra payments. That sentence made no sense to me. Plus equal price dist. Actually, minus equal price dist. Because that's going to be minusing a negative, which will add it. Ooh, actually. The absolute of price diff, which could be negative, divided by acceptable, could be 0 to 1. And then up here, do that. Chat. Is that giving me side quest? An error occurred. The wizard must be stopped. Is it dead? Oh yeah, it is. Well, there you go. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I guess I'll just turn that off. It's not completely dead because I'm still here. And I can still do things like this. You know? It's just the chat side of things that's completely dead. There is no chair anymore. There is no chair. Toodles, Broden. Have a good one. For ultimate tier of NVIDIA GeForce. Now you get 100 hours monthly and $6 USD for each extra 15 hours. What? To the chair, was it sat on? I've upgraded my overlay to be 3D, and I don't want 3D objects. Like, I don't want 3D characters trying to sync their mouth movement to your random TTS messages. Next to impossible. At the moment, at least. What is GeForce? What are you talking about? A paid GeForce thing? Are you talking about this? Yuck. 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 Alright. Ads are playing. Let's do this. GeForce Now is a really good service, but I would say geographically services vary slightly. Yeah. In Australia, it's going to be shit. So, yeah. It's not a platform that we're looking for. It's not a third-person game that we're looking for. It is a single-player game after 2009, but 2014 is as late as it can go, okay? So, it could be BioShock Infinite. Ooh, okay, so we're looking at about 2014. First-person single-player, not a shooter, not a platformer. A first-person game in 2014 that's not a shooter and not a platformer. I can't think of any first-person only RPGs in that time. Ow. Could it be Stanley Parable? I don't think it is. It's like after. Oh, it is 2013. That is 2013. Whoops. So it's not indie. Not shooter. They stated their plans for the new payment model like over half a year ago. Issue with payment systems and migrations, people having already paid for years subs for infinite playtime. Then many were like, fake news, there is no 100-hour limit. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Okay, so what is this first-person single-player game released in 2014? Actually, I'm just going to validate that it is 2014. My god, what game was released in 2014? My god. How can I not think of a single game released in 2014? Sci-fi, horror, stealth, survival. My god, we had this the other day, didn't we? Oh my god, we had this the other day. A horror, survival, stealth, sci-fi that's first person and single player. It's not Soma. It is 2014. Not puzzle, not indie, not roguelike, not sim, not strategy, not shooter, not platformer. Could be hack and slash. No, not Killing Floor. Who wouldn't be Killing Floor? That's multiplayer. What if it's... I'm stuck. I don't think it's a Splinter Cell. What if it's a horror survival stealth? A horror survival stealth. On a lot of platforms. Yeah. It's not Rust. It's not Rage. Not Borderlands. It's not Fear. First person single player 2014. It's not Gears of War. What is this? It's got to be Alien Isolation, you think? But shit, there you go. Alien Isolation. For some reason, I thought Alien Isolation was a shooter. Why did I think this was a shooter? Apparently, it's just an adventure. Huh. Huh. You're getting a few guns in it, but not often. Still. Infamous. Like this game here, where you don't use any guns. You don't use a single gun in this game. It is considered a shooter. This game is considered a shooter. Shooter. You don't use a single gun. You throw lightning from your hands. So if you do this, for some reason all games now feel similar to the point I got bored from gaming in general. There's games out there that feel different. So we do this. Then we go. And what we do is we return rand f greater than min percentage. There we go. That does the calculation for us. So this determines the acceptable price and returns that out. We will factor into account the store rating and the NPC's personality. Well, this will factor in the store rating. Down here, it will factor in NPC personality. Maybe. Maybe we take this. Need to fiddle with Waybar a bit. Or switch it out with Quickshell, perhaps. Nah, Waybar's good. Got Waybar up here. Waybar is perfect. I have a theory to that. It's the engines that are making everything samey, plus today's developers use YouTubeversity. I don't think it's that circuit. I think what it is, a lot of indie devs I've found are doing one of three types of games. Indie devs are either doing a cozy game, a horror game, or a roguelike game. Yeah. Those are the three games that indie devs are commonly making these days. Especially like small teams or solo developers are doing that. Larger indie devs still have, like, they have the resources to do more complex things like RPGs and stuff, but they're the exception to the rule. And AAA studios, their games feel samey because they don't want to take risks. Because if they take risks and it doesn't work out, then they lose a ton of money and their investors get pissy with them because they're not making their investment back. Like, those are the two reasons why games feel samey today. Because there's not really any incentive to take risk. Happened in the 90s with CD-ROM media era. Everything started to look like a combination of Flash and Director. I think this one will work. I think this works. Like, in the 90s, I think why everything started to look like Flash and Director is because there's, like, that was early technology. There was less options to do things. So, like, these days, there's a lot more option, and there's a lot more that people can do, but, like, I guess the other reason that things look samey is a lot of people that go into, like, a lot of the times when you're developing a game, you want to target a game that's going to sell, you know? You want to make a game that's going to sell. So you look at other games that sell well, and you create a similar game because you're like, that sells well. People aren't making games to be weird and wacky like they did back in the day. Because back in the day, there wasn't a huge market for games. Like, the market was a lot smaller, and you were having fun with it and whatnot. And you were able to make a living off it. Whereas these days, you know, people aren't making weird and wacky stuff, because weird and wacky stuff generally doesn't sell well these days. Yeah, like, what was that weird game that someone got me to play? Weird 90s game where you are weird 90s point and click games. Like, look at half of this stuff. Like, look at this. Yeah, look at this thing. Yeah, they're not making Curse of Monkey Islanders like they did, or Return to Monkey Island or anything like that. Where was it? You got this thing. Like, just some real weird ass games. Like Grim Fandango as well. Like, I can't find the one that I was thinking of. It was such a weird game. It was like a Big Brother type game where like the government's watching you and like watching everyone and what they're doing, and your whole thing was like I only played the start of it where like you had to get out of your apartment. It was such a weird thing. Also helps in the 2016 era when you do mobile interface. All industries accept a status quo of UI paradigms. Yeah, and it's boring. Websites these days are boring as shit. I hope AI would help studio think of more creative and new game genres. It won't. So AI is not going to help studios come up with new genres or more creative stories. Like AAA studios, I mean. Because AAA studios just want to put out the same stuff they've been putting out for the last decade that make them money. That's all they care about. Smaller studios and indies, yes. Current AI is stolen data at the start. You can't use it as professional and retain copyright provenance. So Circuit, they're not talking about using it in the end product. They're talking about using it as a creative tool. So for instance, my next game, I'm going to use AI to help me come up with some unique creatures and some unique character ideas and whatnot, you know? And then I can take that, I can create my artwork, I can create my 3D models and stuff based off of that kind of idea, you know? It's not having AI generate the storyline or anything. It's about using AI to assist your kind of like creative direction. You're going to go back to the previous game? I'm thinking about it. I need to rework the entire thing. Like, I need to rework the story, the style, the design, all that kind of stuff. You can have a whole team reprimanded or fired for attempting to slip in the swap. You can, but I mean, that's more of a management issue. Like, for example, like Sandfall did it perfectly fine. Sandfall used generative AI to come up with placeholders while the art team completed building that artwork and whatnot. And then when the art team was finished, they replaced the placeholders with that stuff, with the official work, and that allowed the developers to continue going without being blocked by the art department or anything like that. You know? So if it's managed correctly, it's fine. But again, AAA studios don't manage things correctly That's why they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on games that are worse quality than indie games. Because it's overmanaged. It's overmanaged to a point where they just can't manage it effectively. Adjust acceptable based on store rating. Yep. You have to disclose the usage when you publish in most platforms that you are using current generative AI. If your game is using generative AI, yes, you need to disclose it. But if your game doesn't use any generative AI, you don't need to say anything. Like, if I go to an AI and I go, hey, help me come up with an idea for a creature. I'm looking for something that's scary, something that has, like, maybe it looks a bit decayed, maybe it looks a bit alien, but still humanoid. You know, if I do that and it comes up with a description, you'd get fired or reprimanded. No, I wouldn't, because I'm working on my own, first of all. I'm working on my own. Secondly, if I take that description and I create artwork and a 3D model for that character, my game doesn't use any generative AI. I've used AI to come up with, like, to help me come up with a detailed description of a character, and then I've modeled it, animated it, done artwork for it and everything myself. Done. Like, there's no problem with that. There's also a list that we share as professionals who get flagged for never hire. That's fine. That's fine. If you want to never use AI for your company work, then your company's going to fall behind and eventually no longer exist. That's all that's going to happen. So if you give the same AI response for 4 artists, each one would give you different results. Yeah. Can you check art creations? Sure thing. Let's see what we got here. Which upgrade node style looks the best? I'm kind of leaning towards the first 3. I like the first 3, and I think you could use them together as like a hover state, a normal state, a pressed state. You know? Like, maybe tweak them a bit to do that. Yeah. I love how installing Linux 4 times took me less time than installing an SDK for one microcontroller. Lol. What kind of creatures? It might be good to get some inspiration from painters and or writers, no? Not like using AI to help you. For example, using it to give you good artists, writers to get inspiration from. Or was that the whole point? I just got here. Hi, by the way. Hello, Im. I'm talking about using AI to assist you in coming up with your design. Yeah? Using it to come up with the design that you yourself are going to create and implement. Yeah? Because you need to remember, like, not everyone is a professional artist, and not everyone can afford a professional artist for their game. So if you're going to put that limitation on people, then essentially you're saying that people that can't afford to be, like, people that aren't a professional artist and have no money shouldn't make a game that they want to make. Yeah. Fraudulent practice is still fraud. It's not fraud, though. It's not fraud, though. Like, you can choose to never use AI, but that's your decision, and you're going to get left behind. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, I agree that you shouldn't have AI generate the character model, generate the animations, and then you just take that and drop that into your game. I agree, you shouldn't do that. But using AI to help you come up with the concept of a character, and then you create that model, you create the animation, you texture it, all that stuff, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I might use a second style. I'll change the color for the states. Yeah, exactly. I'll test each of the 3 styles out of every node. Yeah, smart. Implement each of the styles and go from there. Oh boy, I jumped into a spicy topic. You didn't jump into a spicy topic. It's very simple. Like, it's a very simple topic. I'm going to test this out. Let's see if this works. Let's see. Let's get this. Might be pretty useful, not gonna lie. I was saying instead of asking for description of creatures, use it for... Oh no, so it's not... So it's not asking for a description of creatures, It's going to an AI and saying, hey, I want to create a creature. I want a horror creature. I want it to look kind of humanoid, but still alien. Maybe it has some decaying skin. Maybe it's got more eyes than normal. You know, all this kind of stuff. And like you use the AI as a sounding board to like get ideas from and like expand your base idea, expand your initial description and stuff like that. And that gives you sort of like a fleshed out idea that you can then go and create. Yeah. Just joined. How do you think AI is shifting the landscape of game dev? The same way any new tool shifts the landscape. Probably a bit more. Why is that there? That shouldn't be there. What are you doing there? It's like whenever a new technology comes along that makes things easier, people are going to use it. And there's going to be people that are like, oh no, that's cheating. That's the easy way. You know, like people that make games using like their own custom engine versus people using a pre-made game engine. Yeah. Take Notch, for example. Notch has the douchebag take of you're not a programmer if you don't use your own made game engine. Yeah. But that's wrong. Like, it's just absolutely wrong. It makes it easier to make a game to use a pre-made game engine. But some people think it's cheating. It's like, well, you can think it's cheating. If you want to make life more difficult for yourself, go for it. Like, go for gold. But the difference with AI is it can do more than just make things easier for you. Because, for example, if you're not allowing people to use AI to kind of bounce ideas off of and come up with a new idea or an implementation or something, the person then goes off and creates and implements themselves, not the AI, then you're basically saying, all right, well, you can't use a calculator to figure this stuff out because the calculator's doing the work for you. Okay? It's telling you what the answer is. You should figure that out yourself. Okay? You can't use a calculator to find out what the value should be. All right? You do it. It's like, no, I'm using a tool to help me. Like, I work as a DevOps engineer personally, interested in game dev and want to get into it more. How do you think a beginner should start? I understand it can be a long journey. If you're a beginner, I don't recommend using AI to generate any code for you or anything like that. I don't recommend that for anyone, to be honest. You should learn how to do the code and whatnot. Okay, so you grabbed that, which is good. Now, if I set this to be $16. Let's see. They shouldn't take any. Ooh, he did. Okay. And 2 people take. Alright. Alright. Let me check here. Market. Price market. Price diff. Price distance. And then min percentage. Oops. Oops. Right there. Let's see what happens. See what values we get. I'm a beginner and vibe coded a lot at the start, then everything got broken, so I stopped doing it. As we get new to programming also, my first project is multiplayer and I'm suffering so much. Oh, you don't want to do multiplayer as your first project. Yeah. AI's not good at coding. If anything, it makes you worse at programming. Yeah, true. I think people are just confused about how to use AI. Like, there's acceptable ways to use AI. For instance, that AI, like fully AI generated game that came out, that Codex Mortis or whatever it was, that's not a good way to use AI. That's an example of using AI incorrectly in your game development. The way that Sandfall Interactive implemented, like, used AI, that's a perfectly acceptable way to use AI. Min percentage. Okay. So let's have a look what happened here. Price market. Yep. Price and market. Ah, something is. Price was 18, market was 18. That's incorrect. There is somewhere that I am accidentally setting the market price when I change the regular price. All box prices, set that. Okay. So that's shop settings. And that's fine. That's just defaulting everything. Gets the market price. New price is the market price. Let me format the string. I don't see anywhere that's setting, like, overriding market price. Like, the only place we set market price is in here. This is the only place we set market price. And this only happens inside the initialization of the data. Like, of the shop settings. Yeah. What up to boy? Change D's nuts. I'm trying. They hurt though, so. Maybe catch up on stuff. Get always nice to me, yeah, that's fair. data sets are vetted correctly and not stolen, like in some setups today, the work is safe to incorporate into a commercial product. The rest is you running the audit gauntlet. So, Circuit, you are getting confused. So, I'm not saying to release a game that has anything that was generated with AI. No models, no artwork, no nothing generated with AI. What I'm saying is you use AI to assist your creative process, and then you create the things from there. Yeah, you create the artwork yourself. You create the 3D models yourself and all that kind of stuff. Nothing generative AI ends up in your commercial product. Okay? Very simple. Been grinding marketing. It's a pain. It is a pain. It is a pain. I haven't really done any marketing, to be honest. I just haven't really been doing any marketing. Problem masochist, so yeah, still hurts. Let's see. So nothing in here. This is the initialization. It just sets the price up. This is when we create the shop settings. But there's nothing in here. Like, there's nowhere where we set market price. Like these, all these do are set the bobble box prices, which are separate to the bobble box market. Okay. We have a look at this. We have the set here during the init. Am I getting the wrong thing? Shop settings, get market price and get price. Get price is accessing those. Get market price is accessing the market values. Ah, here we are. Bobble box market. That's what I need to do. Okay. So I was grabbing the incorrect value. Do game developers normally search for a 9 to 5, or do they start their own gigs normally? Depends on the person. Depends on the person. I'm financially stable enough to do this without a job for another 3 to 4 years, unless there's some like medical or anything like that comes up and it's like, oh shit, well, my money's disappearing now. That becomes its own thing. But oh, hello. Shop settings 355. Trying to assign a value of type nil to a variable of type int. Let's get market price. Interesting. But yeah, there's others that don't have that freedom. Might use League Spartan as the font for my game. It looks really nice and fits the style. Nice. Nice. Love to see people doing what they love instead of dealing with corporate hell and Days Economy. Yeah. Yeah. I got sick of dealing with it and just moved on. Took a break from it. Maybe if I need to go back to working, I'll just like work in a department store or something and be like, I'm just gonna relax. And then if a customer's a douchebag to me, I'll just stare him in the eye and be like, correct your attitude right now. If they're like, excuse me, I'll be like, correct your attitude or I will throw you out of this goddamn store. I'll have a body cam on as well. So that way I can just like live stream the entire thing. Hydrate. Again, Circuit, if you want to not use any AI at all, then by all means don't use it. But you're gonna find that by not using it, you're gonna get left behind. And yeah, just turn it off when things get funny. No, you keep streaming. That's what you need. Love your scenes where people are like, can I speak to your manager? And then the person just does a 360 and is like, hi, I'm also the manager. Can I speak to your manager? Sure thing, give me a second. Hi, I'm the manager. I'd like to speak to your manager. That's me. No, you're not. Like, how do you know? Hmm? Oh, hang on. Hang on. There we are. That's what our issue is. There we go. That's what the issue was. What up, Wonky? How you doing? One of the most humbling things is working in retail, not gonna lie. Especially as a cart pusher at Walmart. I mean, I've worked in hospitality, I've worked in bottle shops, I've done this type of manual labor stuff. It's all pretty normal. All pretty meh. I remember I worked at a bottle shop, and at the exit, like, so the car drives in, you give them, like, they buy their drinks, you give them the slab or the bottle or the 6-pack, whatever it is they buy, and they drive off. They drive out the other side, okay? And there was a sign at the end that said exit to left, you know, like keep left sort of thing. And the reason it was there is because if you went straight at that point, you would go down and like there was like it wasn't road. It wasn't road. Your car would get damaged if you went down it, right? So you like exit to the left of that sign, you know? And there was a guy that came in, he bought his stuff, and he was like, I had a question about that sign. Like, that's not like, you shouldn't have that there. And I was like, well, if we don't have it there and someone drives down, then they damage their car. Now, like, but it's telling me to exit to the left. But if I turn left and a car's coming down that way and hits me, that's your fault. I'd be like, I was like, first off, it's not my fault. Secondly, you should look before you drive across a road. Third, what sign would you put there to stop people from going down that edge? And he just kept arguing back with me, and he kept specifically being like, well, it's your fault. And I was like, again, not my store, not my fault. What would you like me to change about it? And he just like kept arguing back, and I was like, well, tell me, how would you like it to change? And it got to a point where he wasn't providing any solution. And I was like, you're not telling me what you would change about it, so leave. Leave the store. You're just here to argue. Get out. I have a job to do. Go away. If I was the manager, I'd go to the back room, look for a manager for a few minutes, put on some finer clothes or something. Nah, never do that. Problem is, they don't care if it changes. They just want to yell at someone without harsh repercussions. Yeah. But all you do is just keep a level head, and you just ask them for a solution, and when they can't come up with a solution, you just go, cool, well, since you don't have a better idea, I guess this is going to stay. Isn't it? Alright? If I download an image from Pixabay, am I able to use that image in my capsule art for Steam? It depends on the license of it, but generally yes. So if you go to Pixabay, so if you go like chair, yeah, so this one here, free for use under the content license. And under the content license, you can use content for free, use content without having to attribute the author, modify or adapt the content to new works. You're not allowed to sell it on a standalone basis. It has to be incorporated into something else. If it contains recognizable trademarks, then you cannot use it for commercial purposes. So if it's got like a Coke bottle, then no, you can't use that because it's got Coke. Yeah, you don't have permission to use that. But yeah, like, this is the general acceptance of it there. The main thing I'm looking at is design mark. Are you using it as a background image, or are you using it as your game's logo or your studio's logo or something like that? Because if it's just a background image that your game uses, and you put like a title label and stuff like that over the top of it, as a bomb skull in the game, and is that going to, like, is that the logo of the game? Is that going to be how people recognize this is your game without the name of the game? Yeah. No, then it's fine. Because it's not a design mark or a trademark at that point. A design mark is something like, Hades, like this character would be a design mark for Hades. But if we go to the store page, where is it? Because it's too small for you to see in here. But you can see this icon here. They've got an icon there, which is like it's like a skull with like two other faces on the side here, and they've got like red eyes and whatnot. That would be a design mark, because you look at that and you're like, oh, that's the Hades icon. That's the Hades game icon, sort of thing. Or like Old World. Old World has this shield here. Like that could be considered a design mark. Phasmophobia has this P here. That would be a design mark. V Rising has this metal V here. That would be their design mark for V Rising. So, yeah. As long as it's not for that, I'm fine. Yeah, exactly. As long as it's not something you're using to be the game's recognizable image, then you're fine. You're good. Let's see. I want to test this out. If this works, then excellent. If this works, we may relax for the remainder of the stream and play some observation duty. Thank you very much, Wonky, for gifting that sub to Duboy. So let's set this like that. Open you up. See what we've got. Minimum percentage was 0.37. That's fine. That's just part of the regular calculation. 0.45, that's fine. It's part of the regular calculation. I can probably bump up that min-max chance. Okay. So, Jesus Christ. That shouldn't have happened. Whoops. No. So, let's change these to be expensive as shit. Let's see. See what happens now. I expect the minimum percentage to be 0. Every time. Well, that says 0. And the reason why is because I'm an idiot. Min percentage is 0. That's the direction we need it. That's the direction it needs to be. If it's less than 0, if the price difference is less than 0, then we want to subtract, like we want to bring the minimum chance towards 0. All right. Pop that in there. So this one here will be regular. What up, Darksider? How you doing? G'day, you gidunt. I didn't move the window. Damn it. Alright, 0.55, good. 0.32, good. Good. Now, if I adjust this, it's going to be 0. G'day, Darksider. Now, all the min percentage should be 1. Should always be 1. Good. And now... Store's closed, dipshit. Drop the price all the way down. And now the min percentage should always be 0. Always 0. Last time I looked, it had a long way to go. I know, right? That's just doing 1.0. Price difference was negative 500. Price distance is 1. Price distance is 1. Minimum percentage minus 1. Clamp it between 0 and 1. So price distance, negative 500. Price dist is 1. Difference, negative 500, which means it's going into here. I wonder, it's because of that, isn't it? Because of that. It was always going into this. Fucking damn. I'm going to change the min item chance to be like 5. The max item chance to be 7. Actually, change that to 0. So random range from 0 to that. Yep, that'll work. This reminds me of that horror game that a lot of YouTubers were playing recently, where a guy has to look after a store and watch out for abnormalities at night. You're thinking of I'm on Observation Duty 8, which I do want to play after this, because I've played every single Observation Duty. So... Not Observation Duty, I know that one person, the one that person's referring to. Look after a store and watch out for abnormality. I don't know of any other horror game that would do that. Yeah, find the name for me. Find the name, because I'm interested. I'm very interested. Let's see. Close the store. 0.28, good. 0.515, good. There we go. Give and change. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I hope you're being a fantastic Geduntical today. Now, the minimum percentage that gets printed out underneath the screen should always be 1.0. It's called Hellmart. Oh, I know the one you're talking about. Yep. You're working at a convenience store and weird stuff happens and all that kind of stuff. Yep. Alright, so they're all 1.0. And if I drop this down now... it should always be 0. Always be 0, because it is so cheap. It's still saying 1. That doesn't make any sense. How is that? What? Price difference is negative 507. Price distance is 1. Price difference is negative 507, which means it goes into here and we subtract price distance, which is 1.0, away from minimum percentage, which is up to 0.6. And then we clamp minimum percentage to between 0 and 1. So it cannot be more. Been fun, drop follow and come back later. Have a good one, Rack. Thanks for hanging out with us. I don't understand. Price difference, negative 507. Price difference, negative 507. Oh, price difference, not price distance. Jesus. That's why. It does make sense. It is the human that is wrong. Who would have thought? Yep, who would have dunked it? Cool. Excellent. So now I can adjust this to be, we'll say 1277. And they should always be like a fairly high percentage. You shouldn't see anything at like a 20% chance, like a 0.2 or something. It should all be like 0.5, 0.6 or higher. As that was a 1, yep. Price distance was 1. Okay. Okay, so if I change this to be... $10.89. Price distance there's 0.563. 0.63. So you can see how it's like a fairly high percentage. If I change this to like 1125, price distance is now 0.79, so it's going to always be like a fairly unlikely chance that they're going to buy it. Yeah, so you can't just set this for like $15. You know, you've got to be reasonable with your pricing. Okay, and if I now change this to be something like $6. It's always 0. And if I set it to be $9.25, it'll likely be, oh, hello. Total 1850, cash 12, negative 650. Oops. I need to update my calculation now as well. Yep. Ooh, what happened there? Invalid access to property or key item data on a base object of nil. Or is price acceptable? Equals shelf null, shelf not null, and no. If shelf is null, is acceptable is false. Otherwise, is acceptable as that. Because obviously if there's no stocked shelves, we're going to get it null. So, I could actually make that a bit better. And up here go, if shelf null, return false. There we go. Easy. Easy, 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 easy. How we doing, Matt? 7 stream streak. Gosh, dang. Well, I'm glad we've got that implemented now. The only thing we need to do now is take into account the store rating and the personalities when we implement those. Yeah. But the real question is, Matt Birdquest, are you okay? Morning, Escamina. How you doing? Doing fantastic. We've got our NPCs being more picky with what they're choosing to purchase, which is always fun and good. What I need to do now, though, is for some reason, this letter is staying here. Which means under here, spawn envelope if envelope is not equal to null. You are called from somewhere. Thank you very much. I know you're called from somewhere. Right here. Store create envelope. If they have not read the letter and the game state allows consciousness, which it shouldn't, that should always be false from the very start, and it should only be set to true when we load the settings, or when we end the day and the shop level is greater than or equal to 5. Did you see Microsoft bought Vim and NVim rights? Now it's going to be part of Office 2026. I doubt it. Like, they've probably got the rights to implement it, but they probably don't have the right... Like, they're probably not able to change anything or whatnot. I'm not seeing anything. You got any evidence of this, Escamina? I knew it. I knew it. This is why you always double check. Was gonna see if you'd still use it. If Microsoft like bought ownership of it, like if they bought the right, like completely bought it and took over ownership, no, I wouldn't keep using it. Because the first thing they do is cram it with like VS Code B, like bullshit and whatnot. And they just make it a completely terrible product and they would use it to take everything. At that point, I would probably go to Emacs. Yeah. Yep. Implement a custom command hook callback function wrapper that adds your own functions and calls them when the correct name is called. Effectively an internal API for pull down console terminal. Nice. Notepad++. That's what the problem is. That's what the problem is. Test. Okay. I have a build that I can put up this afternoon after stream. Perfect. Love Notepad. Notepad++. Notepad++ is fantastic. Let me just double check. Let's see. NPCs now consider market price versus store price when choosing to take items off shelf. Fixed. Player can no longer end day if customers are in the store. Hot sauce, you bastard. Alright, give me 2 seconds and I'll do that hot sauce. And a hydrate, god damn it. Alright. Actually. We can... Project Sync, Bobble Shop Simulator. Time for a hot sauce. Saving up for the big one. I am going to be changing the hot sauce so that... But I'm going to be changing the sauces so there's only one redeem. And it'll be a 5,000 point redeem. And a wheel will spin. When someone redeems it, a wheel spins. And whichever sauce it lands on is the one that I need to have. The hotter the sauce, the thinner the slice of the wheel. So the weakest sauce will have like the largest bit of the wheel, and the hottest sauce will have the smallest bit of the wheel. And then people just use 5,000 points on the one redeem. Gets me. Alright. Ugh. The smell of this. Look at all the chili chunks on there. Chunks of chili and seeds. Thank you, Vongo. Cheers. Oh, now I have to hydrate. G'day, Riven. Oh, you bastard wonky. At least it's a medium sauce chaser. What a time to join stream. I know, right? We need to put this man in the Arkham Asylum. I agree. Send Vongo to Arkham for their crimes against me. And chess. God damn it. Alright. There's the medium sauce. Thank you. Thank you for following. Much appreciated. I hope you're having a great time. Alright, am I playing you, Riven? Or am I playing a random? It was your choice to have that redeem? It was your choice to redeem it. I'm in Cybersecurity Certificate 4. You have to use VI to prove you know how to reverse shell. No other editor shows the echo. Otherwise you can use any editor on the planet. If it's just for coding. Yeah. This is very true. This is very true. Whew. Send me thy challenge, Riven. 15 minutes, Vongo. Someone deployed a coding change, like a style change. It's clearly busted. Ooh. Width 190%. Yeah. Ooh. Let's see. Um. Cool. Aussie. Could take there, then you just take it back. Or I could go there attacking you, and then you've basically got to move back there because you've got nothing else you can do. Or I can go there. Yep. Weird move, isn't it? Now I come back here. And then I go here. Okay. This is an interesting position for both of us. Okay. Yep. That'll work. That'll work. Mm-hmm. Yep. Almost. No. That was not the move. That was not the move. I I was waiting for the rook to get off that rank so that I could do that. Not to get off that file. Yep. GG's, Riven. Good game. Good game. Let's see, how well was that played? The freaking hell was that? No, not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. You didn't have any blunders or misses. Nicely done. Nicely done. Got the concept art for the upgrade hub and stuff done. Nice. I had 2 misses, apparently. Why? And then I go there. And you're forced to go there. Jesus, that's looking 5 moves ahead there. Yeah, I was not looking that many moves ahead. God damn. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I think at this point, or like, then we moving one of those, or moving you back there to defend. You know, maybe even back there. One of those. Like, obviously that one over there is the best move, but, you know. I mean, oh, yeah, that's what I could have done as well. Instead of moving this back here and attacking that, I could have pushed that there, and you'd go there. I'm going back there. Is the plan for me to take that? Yeah, plans for me to take that. And then I win there. But why take instead of moving? Why does it say that's the best move, but it also says that's... So it says that's excellent, but that's best. Yeah, that's a smart one, that. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just playing through some moves in my head. Never mind. Ignore me. I need to get a new build of this game up now. I need to get a new playtest build up. Get that stuff tested and validated and make sure that it's all working. What are we doing tonight? I think tonight we're playing... What are we playing tonight? Mesa. We're playing Black Mesa tonight. That's what we're doing. I'll practice because I didn't play for a while. That's fair. That's fair. Black Mesa. This one. We're 10 hours in. We've gotten pretty far. We just need to wrap it up, basically. Hopefully. I don't know how long is left. But, yeah. We're going to continue forward. And we are going to finish. And... yeah. That's what we shall do tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we'll go through and do some of this stuff. Yeah. Set up the theme files for different language fonts and stuff like that. Set up the conscious bobble container so that people can not just grab the conscious bobbles and throw them in the fire, but also grab the conscious bobble and store them in one of these cages, sort of thing. I might have it that you can have like 5 bobbles in a cage at a time. Yeah. So like you buy one cage, you can fit 5 in there. It's like while they're in there, they're like running around inside the cage, sort of thing. Have bobbleheads pause for a random time, or for a short random duration when they are running around the store. That's something else we need to add. Can't even imagine pixel art being better than the style I just came up with. Posted the images in Discord. Let's have a look. They do look good. They do look nice. Nice, clean. You've got the little drop shadow under them as well to give them a sort of 3D effect, even though it's 2D. I like it. I like it a lot. Very nice. What up, Ferryman? You are here just in time for us to go to Finn. We are gonna go see Finn. Probably the last time in the year that we can go see Finn. Probably not, but yeah. I will be back. I will be back in 5 hours. Thank you for the, well, whatever this was. This was progress, debates, and chess. We call it Progbatus. You are welcome for the Progbatus, gamer. Yeah. Thank you for being here all. You're fantastic, Gedunts. It's always fun hanging out with yous. Yeah. Come see me in 5 hours. We will be playing Black Mesa tonight. And tomorrow we'll be back into the game deving. Tomorrow night we'll be doing texture painting and learning that so that we can do these things. Yeah. Catches tonight, you Gedunts.